Okay, I think we're ready. That was a little bit of setting up, but all of the pieces should be moving on the table. So today I am going to be working on quite a few things. I believe it's a total of 6 things. So the first one is going to be that we want to. So I yesterday and the day before, I had put together some artwork for the reticule. I made a shader for that artwork. It's not impressive, but it is functional. The issue is that the it's a small issue, but it might turn into a bigger one. I don't know. But the idea is that the shader is supposed to transition on the lerp when you're transitioning in and out. So the problem is that it's not completing the transition on the color. For the shader before it completes the transition um, for it. So we don't want it to actually, we don't want to care about that problem with regards to transition. We just want to set the color uh, to where it should be. So I'm thinking probably what we want to do is maybe make it tween instead of doing what I did, which is to throw it into my states controller. So we just tween the property, uh, or rather we tween the method, and once the property reaches a specific value, then we just tween out of it. That's what I'm thinking we're going to do. Um, that might be an easy fix. The second one is to implement a tab switching. So right now, if I press tab, just like tap it, it'll actually I showed since the game is running. So like this is the targeting reticule right here. So this is like what I call passive targeting, right? Um, So the idea is as I move while it's being passively targeted, it will automatically start shifting to the nearest thing that I am close to, right? And then I can choose to instead, it's so bizarre, okay? But I can choose to instead lock on, but you'll see that the lock on now you have like the little reticule come in, right? And it changes to red. Yeah, right. So that change to red is a transition in the shader, which is just augmenting the color there. Right. So now the benefit of that, by the way, in case it wasn't clear, is if I lock on, even if I move close to this guy, right? Even if I move, it'll still maintain lock on that guy. So we want to accomplish. Oh yeah, and then if I move too far away, it will break lock. So like if I move like over here, it'll break the lock. Or if I, right, and you see that now, this is the bug. So I started it up, but instead of it having been transitioned like this, it is instead red. So there's a couple of things that I could do. I think the cheapest one would probably be, yeah, I think I have a cheap solution to it. I don't have to make a tween. We'll find out. But yeah, it'll fix itself once I like target back on, right? All right. Anyway, let's get out of here. I don't, let me see. Wait, what are the other things before I do that? So the third thing is, right, to handle the, so after I fix the visual bug, um, we need to actually make a way to just um, turn lock on and off. Right now it is just you press tab. So I have to think about that, right? Right now what it is that it will passively lock on. But if I press tab, it'll hard lock on. I want to make it so that way if I hold tab, uh, so it's weird. right? It's weird. If I press tab, then it will lock on right now. Like if it's already passively locked, it'll lock on once I press tab. And then if I press tab again, it'll go back to um just being normal. So like if I go like this, here we go. If I press tab now, oops. So if I press tab now, it will spawn like that. There we go. If I press tab, it'll lock on. It's only transitioning out because it lasts for as long as I'm in combat. But I might make it so that way it just like passively locks onto any enemies, even when I'm not in combat. Um, right, like there's a few things that I might want to change, right? Because the thing with the passive lock, let me get rid of that. The thing with passive locking is that it wants to try, like you see that it wants to try to make it so that way I'm facing the opponent. But if my mouse is far enough away, it'll just ignore them. So if I go like this and I'm looking in this direction, I'm still, and it's a little bit confusing, right? So, whoops. Yeah, okay. So like, yeah, you can see like, it's not supposed to do that with hard lock on. With hard lock on, it shouldn't care about my, where I'm looking. Okay. So we need to fix that also. All right, let's get to it. Let's fix with the one that we just saw because that one is super easy to take care of. So we'll go down to it's somewhere down here, right? It should be close to the bottom. Yeah, here it is. So it's this thing. So if so we want to return the mouse position. There we go. Okay, gotcha. Unfortunately, we're tracking lock on in the combat controller track targeting. I could have sworn we were. One sec. It might not be showing up for some reason. I think it's named player, is it? Player targeting. I think this is it. Interesting. Okay, I guess we're locked on. And I must have set it up so that way it goes right here. So if not is locked on and the mouse is not in range or it's distance, then it'll return the mouse position. But when we are locked on now, it will just keep doing it. So let's test that out real quick. Okay. So where are you? There we go. So now, even if I'm not looking with the mouse, oh, this feels much better. Right? Like my mouse is in a completely different direction. Beautiful. This feels a ton better. That was an easy fix. Well, it was easy because I did a lot of the groundwork last night, but still. Okay. And then we can just turn that off. And then we can move around and stuff. Okay. Okay. So now the next thing is the next thing is yeah, so if the mouse is in range, it will proceed with the locking on with trying to look towards the enemy's position. I think I can get rid of this part. I don't think the code ever reaches here. Let me see. This code has to be somewhere. Oh, it's down here. Gotcha. I just forgot to delete this. There you go. Okay. Um. Okay. So we have here get look at point, and it starts off by running this, and then we check to see if our state is in combat. Is not in combat. If that's the case, it's going to return to mouse position. So I think what we want is for this to actually be if the state is equal to neutral. All right. And if that's the case, now it's always just going to return the mouse position. Okay, good. And that's when we're in neutral. But once we're in combat, it's going to operate on this. Or if we're attacking, it's going to operate on this. So now let's test that theory out, which is just something that I wanted to implement. I wasn't sure how easy it would be, but basically the idea is interesting. So I want it to, basically what I want is I want it to rotate when you're attacking to try to face whatever it is that you are locking onto. We also need to work on those hitboxes because I can't even hit anything with that move anymore. Like, I'm not sure where it's becoming active. Oops. Hold on. That was weird. So if I move the mouse over here, this thing should try to turn. I see. It's kind of just like locked into the direction. There's no actual movement happening. Oh, I'm a dummy. Of course that's not going to work. Those don't actually have hurt boxes. So this is what needs to happen. Here we go. Now we can test to see if we actually have hurt boxes or not. This one has hurt boxes still. Or if we can hit. Yep, there we go. Okay, so we can hit with it. Had me a little bit worried. So I'm happy with how this turned out. Okay, no, actually it's fine. Yeah, that's good. Okay. So and then when we enter combat, it tries to lock on, and then we can hard lock like this. There's a lot of movement happening there. By the way, that's all one button. Like, uh, yeah, you see like that? What should have happened is this thing should still be influencing it. Well, I mean, what I wish had happened was that it was still influencing it. We still haven't even implemented. I'm having way too much fun with this targeting. It feels so much nicer when I am not manually, um, like I have no manual control over it, right? Like I could still obviously, like if it stops targeting when you exit combat. Uh, okay, let's fix that bug now. So we still have, you see that red thing. So let's go back one step and let's fix. Oh, we are report. Oh, that's a damage. Okay. All right. So it's in the crosshair section, and we're gonna make it so that way when this thing closes, so we have shift color here. Okay, so where is it on stop targeting? So we have two options. We can make this a tween, which I think I prefer. Well, let's test this out. Okay, let's go with this. This month is going by quick. It's already the 5th. Wow. Feels like it just started yesterday. Um, okay, so we want to tween. So if color tween, color tween dot kill. So we kill any tween that's currently running using this. And then, so we have here a case of the current color, right? And what we want to do is we want to set this method. So let's do color tween equal to create tween. And then we want to say color tween dot tween method. I think it's tween callback, isn't it? There's an easy way to check that. Let's check over here. Physics, animation, tween method. Gotcha. So I was right. It's tween method. Okay, so the method that we want to tween is the outer material dot set shader parameter. I think this needs to be a string. You just check. Oh no, it can be a callable. Okay. And we will bind you, and it's going to be We have a problem. We need to think about this a little bit differently. So, gotcha. All right. So we put in the current color and we want it to go to the target. Color target, I think is what I called it. Yeah. Okay, there you go. And we want it to do this over 0.5 of a second. Okay. So now this, when we call this, we need to actually pass in the target color that we want it to do. Okay. So now we have a problem. We have no way of actually collecting the current color that I can think of. All right. One of the ways that I could do it is to make this run asymmetrically and then put another thing here that collects it and then sets this property. Another way that we could do it is we can do this. Okay. So now what this will be doing is it's going to get the current hue and then change it to the target color over 0.5 of a second. And we just keep tossing in whatever the target color is here. Right? That's the idea. So let's go to wherever we would change the color over here, which I believe is on stop targeting. Is that color target? There we go. Okay. So here we go with what did we name the method? Set shift color. And we want to go with the passive color. And we're just going to do the same things here. What was the other one called? Locked color. And this one is passive color. Godot developers, right? Anyway, okay. Let's go and find out where I messed up. Sure. Huh. Huh. What's happening? Basically, it's acting like this doesn't exist. Okay. Nice. Okay. Okay. That's weird. We fixed one bug, and then we ended up in another. It's so bizarre. Ah, maybe it was just an input issue. You see, if I tab, what the heck? It shouldn't have done that. Okay. Right. So now if I go like this, so we're going to do a couple things here. One, back to the player body. Oops. Where is it? Should be somewhere. Handle, kill combat, turn off combat, handle combat. Okay, here we are. Where the heck is this method? Oh, it's right below it. Okay. Okay, so now I will remain in combat as long as I'm locked on. But we still didn't fix that issue. Let's see what happens here. Um, well, how did we get that bug to happen again? I forgot now. I think we have to do... I think we have to... Ah, shoot, accidentally... We accidentally got rid of the bug by making a player stay as long as they're in combat. That's not good. Um, okay, so let's go back and put the bug back in. Where is it? By doing this. Okay. So now, if we go like this, and if we don't attack, then it's going to chip out, right? Yeah. Okay, and then when we come back, it's going to be red still. Okay. Okay. Where is it? Toggle. It should be over in Crosshair. This isn't happening, right? Is the issue. Oh. It's over here in targeting. If we're enabled, then we try to transition out. Unstop targeting is what we're looking for. Good. We don't want to do that there, though. We want to do it here. We want to say we want to say here active entity is equal to entity. So what do we want to say here? We want to say basically if toggle lock on. Okay, now let's go back and see. This should... So if we go like this, and we target, and we go too far away, it will toggle it off. If we come over here, good stuff. And if we lock on, we stay like that. Yep, okay, perfect. So now we can go back to the player body and turn this back on. There it is. Okay. Hmm. Let's see now what's going on. I forgot I had the music on. was muted. I said last time that I would actually run the music. A little annoying. I thought I had turned everything on. Go figure. I reminded myself like 3 times to make sure that I turned the mute off. Anyway, I think we've taken care of the first bug, or first issue, which was to finish up the target crosshair transitions. And we have a good groundwork for doing the second implementation now, which is to implement the tab switching between targets when it's locked on. So the idea is pretty simple. If we are hard locked on, then we need to have 2 methods. We need to have a method for turning lock on off, which is going to be when you hold tab, it'll turn the lock on off. Otherwise, if you are locked on and you press tab, it's going to cycle into the next target. Right? So now we can make a method over here. Let me make sure that the music isn't too loud. It should be low. Yeah, it looks pretty low. Okay. Alright, so the where is it? Is locked on. So we're done here. We need to go into the and I think we're actually done here too. I mean, let's just keep this open just in case we need to do stuff, but let's clean up some comments also. There's a lot of things happening here, but it's fine. Okay. All right. So let's save, and we will now go into the. So we have 2 of them. We have player targeting, which we're going to want to have something called cycle target. Right? Let me just make sure. So instead of using a locked entity here, we can use it over here. Okay. And then we can do something like this. Oops. We don't need anything here. So usually in these games, you can cycle forward and cycle backwards. So I might make this, let's say, like int. No, let's make it a Boolean. Yeah, okay. And so now we are going to basically just do get enemy position, but then we're going to just going to back. No. So we need the index. So this has to be something that works like in parallel. So it needs to be hmm. There. Okay. So here we're going to go last index increment. And the index range is going to be the last target group. And the increment amount is going to be 1. This is wrong. Oh, I see. Okay. Or we could just do this. Makes okay. Okay. So this will now give us this back. So we can just set the last index increment be equal to that, and then pass. Okay, there. So now it will increment through the list of, or decrement. So if we like hold shift and then press tab or something, it will do this and it'll go the other way. It's nice. You know, the hardest part about game development is when you first start off in an engine like this. It's like you have to build so many tools, but when you get your tools ready to go, it's just being able to call on them and just have pieces of the puzzle start working with you. It's nice. Yeah, I'm gonna keep getting that error for a little bit. I think I might have to restart it in order to get rid of it. I'm not sure yet. So now let's remember what we were trying to do. So once we are targeted on something, then by pressing tab again, we will cycle through those targets. So let's actually test that out. Player body. There we go. Okay. So if you're not locked on, then it'll lock you on like this. And if we are locked on, then we want to do where is targeting? QRS. I could have sworn I named it enemy targeting. Is I need to rename this thing. Hold on. What is it? Yeah. Throwing me off. Good. Okay. All them words. Okay. Setup targeting. Add your features setup. Okay. What am I looking at? Oh, we're supposed to be over here. So targeting dot oh right, we was looking for where the cycle target. Is it one word or two? It's just crap yet. And we're gonna set this equals true at default. Okay. Right. So now this is what happens if we just press. There we go. If we just press toggle combat. And just test something out. I mean, I should test out the other part, right? But this is that part of this. So is there like something for keys held? Nope. Okay. So we have to do. It's a little janky, but we can do. Okay, so now if we've held the button, come on, my mouse is acting up. Can't. There we go. Okay. I think we went a little bit overboard here with the logic. If the input is released and the button press was quick, we check to see if it was locked on. So actually, let's do this. Okay. So when we press it, if we're not locked on, okay. Then when we are in, when we try to toggle, I need to rename that to something else later. But basically, we're checking to see if we are locked on and timer pressed is less than 300ths of a second, or yeah. Then 3/10ths of a second. All right, there we go. Then it'll do cycling target. But if it's longer, if it's second, instead we can do else. This is just if it's in less than or equal to, then we can do toggle. Otherwise we will break this, right? We'll say stop target. We need to check if is locked on, and we want to say if it is locked on, then there we go. What the heck? File not found. Oh, yeah. What is it looking for now? Where is it looking for this? Attempt to open script. Player targeting. No. No. Why is it looking? Attempt to open script resulted in error. File not found. Right, because I moved it. But what is actually requiring enemy targeting? Nothing should be. Nothing loads enemy targeting outside of the combat controller, which loads the script, not the these are all 5. Oh, whatever. Should be fine. Clear. Should be okay. Okay. We go like that. And we can move around if we tap app. Nothing happening. Nothing happening. What's going on here? Okay, so player body. Print. Print. B. Alright, let's see what's happening here. Okay, B is going off. And it is doing cycle target. Okay. I think I know what I did. Go over here. Or rather what I didn't do. No, I did it right. It's right here. Print. Last index. There we go. Okay. So in here, I see. It's not going to update the locked entity. Because of this. So if the closeness is going to be equal to the last index increment. If or if the closeness that's hard to read. Okay, never mind. Can't do it this way. So it's a design flaw, right? Okay. Interesting. All right, so let's assume that this is working now. All right, so now we can say closeness, or rather locked. Entity is going to be equal to not good. What the heck was that? Locked on for like a half a second. Okay. Alright, well, I need to look at what I was doing before. If not locked on, Let's go here. Print. Oops. All right, so it's way too much. Hold on. So if you're not locked on, then the lock on target is going to be set to, or whatever the new lock on target is going to be set to, whatever this returns. Right? And then it's going to go through all of this process. Well, actually, no. It just returns locked entity here. Okay, good. If you are locked on, though, it checks to see if you're too far away from the locked entity. And if you are, it just returns whatever is closest. Otherwise, it'll return the locked entity. Now, if you already have a locked entity, if cycling though, locked entity is going to be equal to but we don't toggle lock on here. But we are because we're too far away. So let's increase this a bit. That might be what was causing the problem. What the heck? Not understanding the logic there. Right? If we move around, what happens? Oh, whoops. There we go. Okay. And then if I do that, I go over here, what happens? It's acting like it's passive still. Not locked on, but it's still colored like it's locked on. So weird. I don't understand why it's doing that. Double check something. Print. Closeness. Then we lock on, then it closes. So when we lock on, okay. All right, let's do this call once. Okay, so if if locked entity, okay, target dot is locked on. Okay, so if we don't find anything, we're just going to return here. Then we check here if we are locked on. If we are, then the locked entity is going to be what we found. And then we're going to return there's a issue here. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, there we go. Now we check to see. This is if we don't find anything. Then we check to see if we have a locked entity. We return the locked entity. Otherwise, we return what we found. Then over here, we check to see if we did find something. And when we did this, we check to see if we are locked on. If we're locked on, the locked entity is now, if we're not, then the locked entity is now going to be set to whatever we found. And then we just return the locked entity. Okay. So now the distance, we do a check here. So like this is if we are not locked on. Now if we are locked on, we keep checking the distance between us and the target that we're locked onto. And if we are too far away from it, then we'll toggle then we'll toggle. Right? This off. So I think something is happening here with the distance thing. I'm going to set this to a ridiculous number just to check. Yeah, it's just like that. Okay. Which this is the only thing that I can see in this logic that would toggle anything. Alright, let's handle the easier one first then. Being distracted by a secondary issue when we have a primary one that we wanted to take care of. Okay, now if we hit tab, if we release... Oh, I see what's happening. Let's set this to 1000. Try again. Oops. It's so confusing for me right now. Okay, so this is going off. We just checked this. Okay, it's fine. So now the issue is this is true. So this is true. What am I reading here? So basically, this is supposed to happen if by the time you release this button, it's less than or equal to itself plus 1000. So basically 1 second. Right? Then it should fire off cycle target. So we know it's doing this. I'm backwards. This is supposed to be greater than. Um, and yeah, I'm thinking backwards. If this is... One second. There we go. Plus 1,000 is going to be greater than... There we go. Okay, so if the toggle press is greater than whatever the current time is by 1,000. So if we've held it for 1 second, then we can cycle target. But we're not going to do that. This is going to be 3,000. 300 rather. So we have to press this fairly quickly. And then we should... Right. So this should now just be capable of doing A and B. So let's comment that out right now. Okay. If we hold, we tap, hold. Okay. Interesting. All right, well, we fixed the logic for the first part. That was a logic issue. So while this is greater than this is true. Otherwise, so if we press the button, and the point that we press the button plus 3/100ths of a second is still greater than this by the time we released the button, then we check to see if we're locked on, and if we are, then we'll cycle the target. Okay, we don't want to do this right now. That's doing way too much confusing stuff on its own. Instead, what we want is just this stuff, right? We want to figure out. So we know that we're getting here now. So the issue is print B. Is locked on is going to be equal to toggle. Right? So this is the way to turn on. This is the way to turn off. So let's find out what's going on now. Here. I think I know what's happening though. Come on. There we go. My mouse is just doing its random things. Okay. Okay, so we have a method to turn it on. And if we hold, we have a method to turn it off. What the heck? I thought we fixed that. Well, it is locked on. It's just that that's not visible. All right, we got you. It's behaving like it's locked on. Where is it? Should be in the, oh, it's over here. Crosshair. We can get rid of this. So, where is it? This is so weird. If is locked on, toggle lock on, right? That should turn it off. And that should go through the whole process over here, which should make the inner target invisible. Basically just hide it. Let's go here real quick. No, we can't do that. Damn it. This doesn't make sense, right? Because, well, hold on one second. My brain is just backwards on this, I think. This is being set to false. Right here. We're saying, hey, if whatever you were, you're not that anymore. And let's just put something here real quick. Print is locked on. Print locked, off, print, locked, on. Oops. There we go. Okay. Hey, if we like this, we lock on, lock off. Okay. Let's lock on. Whoops. Okay, now we have that bug. So now there's something that is setting it to true. Let's do it like this. Okay. That should prevent it from doing that, I think. Test this out. So weird. Okay, so if I do this, come off. So if we go like this, if I do quick, just randomly, I'm mashing tab now. Awesome. But if I hold it and then release, and then tab, hold it, release, tab, hold it. Okay. And then when it goes off, we can't accidentally tab back in the, okay, that's exactly what I want. All right, so now the next trick is to get rid of all of this. So for my next act, we now need to yeah, for my next act, we now need to fix up the other part. So let's go back to body real quick and uncomment the where the heck, there it is. We can get rid of this. We know this is functional now. Yeah, this mouse, man. Okay, there we go. Toggle comment. There we go. Toggle comment. Whenever the mouse wants to work, we work. Okay, so this is now in targeting, and it's going to use cycle target. Clear this. So now cycle target. Cycle. Let's make sure I don't have this still over here somewhere. Yeah, we're good. Targeting. Okay, so cycle target first. It's by default true, which means it's going to be using this version, which increases the increment by that, and then we do a get enemy. Oh, I see what the issue is. I see what the issue is. This is working fine. The issue is there's nothing to capture this, but it is working. One sec. So it is working, right? So we could probably get away with so let's just double check this to make sure this is doing what I think it's doing. We have closeness here. And then the size is going to be basically the closeness, and we're limiting it to the size of the. Okay, good. Then we say, okay, let's find something at that size. This is closeness, revamped. And then if we don't find anything, I don't think we need result. Why do we need result? Get rid of result real quick. Okay, yeah. So that's it. And that's it. So now we return that, and now the next tricky part is, well, I mean, it's not that tricky, right? Because that. So if we just do cycle and we do this, basically we need a way to inform the player body that the selected target has been changed. But so we can do that here. Now I'm getting what's happening, why it's messing around with me. So basically, we don't need cycling. We can get rid of mouse. There we go. We can get rid of that. and that this already does its job. We don't need to do that. So last index increment, right? This does its job. It just updates this. What we need to do is we need to find out. We need to do a couple of things here. This isn't the player's version. Well, actually, let's take care of this one first. Last index increment is going to be equal to the size. Okay. So now we do this, which is to say, before we go to even any of that, yeah, if last index target index is going to be equal to the last index int, going to be equal to the last index something another. Oh gosh. The last index increment. Oh, mouse. Like I move and then mouse dies and then it goes back. Okay, there we go. Last index increment. Right? So we set the target index to the last index increment, and then we will push in the target index instead of closeness. Right? And then if we didn't find anything, we check to see if we're not locked. Or rather, if we have something that, if we don't have a target here. And if we don't have a target, then we return this. If we do, then we return it either way. I think we can probably get rid of this. Yeah. Okay. So now, if we are locked on, right? So if we are locked on, wait, let's start off with if we aren't. Yeah, this freaking, I wish I could like figure out what the heck is going on here, but this thing just dies in the middle. Sorry. Sick. So we want to handle the behavior of the target index. That's what we want to do. So if So we can set it like this. First, actually, we were in the right path. Okay. If okay, so if we're not locked on, then the target index is going to be equal to the closeness instead. And then we pass in this. Right? And then if we found something, then we return, or if we don't find anything, then we just return null. Okay. Now if we did find something, then we change this to oh, hold on. There's a temporal question here. So if we don't find anything, then we're returning null. If we do find something, then we check to see if we're not locked on. If we're not locked on, again, we check. I think yeah, I think we can get rid of this now. Okay, there. The locked entity is going to be equal to whatever we found. So first we check to see if we're locked on or not. If we are, then we change this from using the increment to using the closeness, and then we get this entity, right? And this is a very light call. There's only one situation where it becomes heavy, and that's if, for some reason, like an object leaves the list. Then it's like, it's got to search through and iterate through, basically, to find the next object, valid object. And if it can't find anything, then it will just return null. Okay, so now, not found. Look, locked entity equals found. The distance, so we check the distance again here. Right? And then we don't need to worry about this. Now, we can get rid of this also. Okay, there we go. And then it returns the locked entity. And I think that should now fix our situation. So let's go back and take a look. So in this case, what should be happening is after I have passive, I'm going to turn the lock on by just pressing tab once, no delay. And then from there, as soon as I press tab, it should start cycling. Oh, whoops, there we go. So just press tab once, and it immediately starts doing random stuff. I don't even know. I thought we fixed this. Nothing. No go. Okay. What did I mess up? What did I mess up? Let's go back to player body just to make sure I'm not... And let's toggle this out real quick. Just to see what the code is doing again. If I messed up, because I messed with something, so let's see if I messed up something. Okay. Let's test out the closeness version. Oh, if I go really far away, it still does the... Gotcha. Gotcha. So why was this even here? I don't even know. Because I think this has it here also. Let's go this here. No, it doesn't. This is just... Ah. Huh. What the heck is going on? This doesn't actually do what I thought it did. Which... I'm happy that it's not that. But... I'm not sure why it's doing what it's doing then. Let's go back to player targeting. This part right here is what's causing that issue. Let's comment this out. I thought it was, but it might not be. Let's find out. It shouldn't have the ability any longer. Yeah, it's gonna do it. If I go too far away. My question is, what is telling it to do that? I think it has it internally. Let's go to this. There's something internally that's tracking it, I think. Something minus something is being tracked. All of the float stuff is in here, so see where we can find it. The delta stuff, rather. This is rescale, track target. Yeah, there's nothing in here that's tracking that, There's only one way to find out. Owner, entity. Yeah, we don't need this because we never use it. Alright, so let's comment this out. This is what I'm remembering. Like, I'm trying to remember where. It's right here. Okay. Right, but we just disabled this. Do this. Handle lock toggle. Okay. Let's go back up to the player. Oh, I know what's causing it. It's the proper behavior for the reset. Right? If we pass in a null value, it'll just close. So at some point, it's getting fed null. That's the issue. But when it's being fed null, it should... Like, I don't mind it doing that. The problem is that it's still got that weird bug where it doesn't show the crosshair itself. Right? This is the disable thing that goes off. Let's just do a quick check. Unstop targeting. Okay, so it's called in 3 places. One is in switch target. Okay. So let's see where switch target is being called. Okay. Okay, I see. No, wait. Right, so here is where it's doing that lock on is false thing. No, it's doing it right. There we go. Big vat should fix it. Let's try it now. Well, I mean, it's still broken, but it would fix the first issue. Okay. 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 Yeah, I'm not enjoying that one. Okay, good. Okay. The increment that we care about is going to be the targeting index going to be equal to the last index increment. Alright, we already have a reset for this in case we can't find any targets at all. If we haven't found anything, then the last going to be set to 0. Right, regardless of if we're using it or not, but it's going to be set to 0, and the locked entity and right. Now here the locked entity can be set to whatever we found. Right? And if we haven't found anything, then we reset the last index to 0. And then we do a check on the distance. So before we turn these things on, let's go back over here. Turn this on. Okay, let's try it. Ah, there we go. So if we tap, gosh, what's happening? I mean, at least the cursor isn't going away, right? But if we tab, then yeah, we can swap between this. Okay. So this is partially working. Right? And I can press tab and it will tab select the next. It's skipping one of them, it looks like. I don't know which. Could be that we're just not close enough. Yeah, there we go. For some reason it was keeping the other one in the list, but oh, actually I know what it is. That one must have been like the last or something. Which means that I just need to change the math. That's a very small thing. So tab is working, but we do have a problem. Let me just double check to remind my brain what that problem was. Right. So when we do that, it immediately just shuts itself off. right? So if we press tab here, we need to have some type of check to make sure that we don't cycle the target if we are so we can easily do that just by doing this. There. Okay, that should solve that problem. And if we lock in, sure. Now it's just doing weird things. This is a weird one. So if I hold tab, I can stay locked on, but if I release tab, then I can do other things. Alright, that was cool, but not what I want. I don't think this is gonna work, but let me get this logic straight. If you are locked on, then it'll handle lock toggle, which is this. Right? And then else. All right, let's do this. All right, let's try this out, see what it feels like. This is mostly about feels at this point. Okay. And I can just turn it off by doing that. And then it would be back to the passive. Okay, got it. Okay, so button presses are working. Right? The issue is So the cycling is actually working. The issue is the logic inside of player targeting. To this day, I still don't even know what this line was doing with the. I don't understand that one at all because I disabled it and it's still doing the transitions between, which tells me that it's built into the math. If you're not seeing this work, right? There's no conditions needed. It's just doing its own thing based on what it can grab from the formula inside of the parent to this, which is cool. I mean, it's less script, right? Okay, so if locked entity. Okay, so now if the target is locked on, instead of doing that, what we want to do is we want to get the go to targeting. Instead of doing this, we want to do last group, basically this part. We want to do this, but we don't want to update the group. Right? We just want to get this. So we don't need to worry about size part. So we just need to do last target group. Come on, where are you? Okay. So now the locked entity will be equal to that, and then we just return locked entity. I don't like this. Let's start from scratch. Okay, so first we want to know if we have two modes in this. Basically, we have if we're locking on or if we're not locking on. So if we are not not target is locked on, then what we want to do is we want to return return oops. Okay, there we go. Else, if we are locked on, then okay, then if we are locked on, we want to do what we did before, which is we want to say okay, then we want to say we can just copy this. And we want to say if the distance is greater than, well, we don't even need this, I'll be honest. I still haven't figured out what's actually controlling that yet. But we do want to comment all of this out. And it will return locked entity at the end. Okay, so this is what it looks like now. So basically, locked entity is going to be updated with the super. If we're not locking on, it'll do this. And it'll just keep this at 0. Otherwise, it'll be using whatever the last index increment was. Meanwhile, in the targeting, when we do cycle target, we determine which direction we want to do it, and we just update the last index increment according to that. So this should now be fine. Let's try it out, see what happens. Okay. It's not. Okay. So if I go here, I think we need to make a separate lock-on list. I don't like it. I don't like that idea. But I think that's what we need to do. Wait. There we go. Hmm. That's problematic. All right, let's... Yeah, I don't like it, but we're going to do it this way. If the player is locked on, then... what is it called? Lock on list. It's going to be equal to the last target group. If the player is locked on when we toggle lock on, then it will clear the lock on list and then it will pump in whatever the current last target group is. Then when we go here, instead of doing this, we can go with the lock on list index, right? And this will now cycle through the things that we can lock on. 2. No, this is bad. I don't like this. I don't like it. We need to stop and think about what it is exactly we want this thing to do. Well, I did bump into another issue that I'm going to see down the road, but still, right now. Right, let's fix this issue now. Player. Let's go back up to player body. Okay. Now this should set this off before anything else does stuff. Let's test out what's going on. Well, hold on. So now, yeah, let's getting into that area where it's mental fog. Sure. You're going to go over here. You're still doing that. When I get too close, it goes to the furthest one because it is an appended array. Ah, that's funny. Okay. So, are we even running this is the question, right? I want to know which one are we running. Is the logic sound going into it? Okay, so far so good. And then if I do this, then we're doing A. Okay. Why is it switching? Wait. Oh. Let's see. No, right here. Oh. Oh. Oh, okay. Hmm. Okay. We still have this, so let's use it. No, we can't use it here. Have to use it here. What is it? I think it's an array, yeah, pretty sure. What? Could not parse class. What the heck? Let's try that one more time. Player body has issues. I don't see any issues in player body. Could not parse global class player body. Saying player body has a problem. Problem is player body isn't saying it has a problem. Might be, let's just restart Godot. Okay, let's see. Persistent character. Sure. I haven't touched persistent characters, so. What is it saying? Could not resolve superclass inheritance issues. Alright. What's in persistent character? This I don't even know. Active entity. I don't know when that got deleted, but I don't even know. I didn't even have persistent character open. Okay. Resource was not pre-cached for the resource section bug. Oh, okay. Gotcha. All right. Now what? Did not on a null value. What class is this? The weapon controller? This is beyond me. Like, I don't even... I must have deleted stuff. It's saying that the child is null. What is this? Spawn weapon, get child I. So it's getting the child on what is this class? Weapon controller. That's saying that the weapon controller, that this part right here is saying it doesn't have a child. Let's run this one more time and see the series of operations it's trying to accomplish. Oops. That's different. Okay. Get child count on a null value. I don't know what I accidentally deleted, but I deleted something and it is pissed. I mean, it was even deleting stuff in areas I hadn't even opened. Like, I had not even gone into that class to delete active entity, and it was gone for some reason. Like, I want to... That's a good thing about recording all of this. I'll be able to take a look back and see what happened. Let me actually check a timestamp on when that nonsense began. It was... okay. So it was around... What the heck? No, I'm still streaming. This thing is saying I'm streaming, but I don't see it. Anyway, it was at the 2 hours and 45-minute mark. For some reason, I'm checking my YouTube page, and it is saying that I'm live. But okay, I'm gonna take its word for it. Okay, so we end up with this weird bug here. We need to run this and find out what it's trying to do. Okay. Something in the persistent character class. So it's running the construct. It runs super, sure. Then it runs setup weapon controller. So setup weapon controller basically does this stuff, right? And then it handles on weapon changed. So we go to on weapon changed. We spawn at new weapons. So we've already released the old weapons. We've set the track weapon. We spawn new weapons. Now in spawn new weapon, we look to see if we have any children. And then for each child, so we did, wait, what is this? Okay. Get active weapon count at weapon. And then for I, it's the amount of our child we get the child of this. And then if the, so what is it saying? It's saying that it has no children on this weapon controller. So let's take a look. We didn't instance this. This already exists. So let's take a look at the character. And so now, what is it saying? It's saying that, open this up. It's saying that this doesn't have children. Let's open that up. And here are the children. 6 children. What do you mean by you don't have, cannot call method get child on a null value? But you literally have. Let's do it step by step. Get active weapon count. So print weapon count. Mount. Hey. All right, let's see what's going to do. Oops. Okay. I think it reset the, let me just check this thing. Oh, okay, I know what it did. Gosh. I know what it did, and it's silly for doing this. Okay, so first off, we need to go back to player body. According to Godot, the player body is having issues at some level. So it's not here, not here. Don't see a issue. Let's check these guys. These guys are also saying they have issues. See how, yeah, see how player or whatever their body is isn't showing up? That just tells me that there's issues going on. Let's close all of this stuff around. I don't know what caused it. I might have accidentally deleted, you know, hold on, let me go back into the video. Was that the, at some point, I must have deleted accidentally. No, I don't see it. I must have accidentally deleted. I'm not seeing where I deleted Airbody. This is when I started realizing there was an issue. Not seeing any problems. So up to this point, it should have been working. So this is, let's speed this up. Playback speed 2 times. Okay. So I am just messing around with inside of the player targeting. I have not touched anything dealing with, do I even have it open? Oh, I do have persistent character open, so I must have opened it at some point. Okay. I need to find out like what it is. Because this is the thing, right? When your mouse is there dying on and off, like the most random things are turning themselves on and off. Why am I in the game manager? How did I even get to the game manager? Game manager, what was I doing there? Targeting. And it just randomly converted. Like, I'm looking at it, and it just turns into the game manager randomly. What the heck? Just, like, I'm literally looking at this thing. I finish size, I left click, and I left click, and then I run the game. And when I ran the game, it converted it over to game manager. It literally turned the script into the game manager script for some reason. Once I started running the game. Holy crap. And that put me into, like, I clicked the play button, and for some reason the script itself changed over to the game manager. And so even though on my screen I'm looking at different stuff, this is crazy. Okay, so right here it works, the game. Right here it stops working. Right? It's not going to run because there's some error happening. The problem isn't in the weapon manager. The weapon, all of that stuff is doing its damn goodest job. The problem is something to deal. Well, why is it? Okay, the problem is something to deal with here. The player character script, right? And it's saying that the problem is actually over here. Sorry. So let's check active entity. Active entity shouldn't have too much happening here. Yeah, it's just doing this stuff. Right? So, and it's not telling me. Yeah. So what flagged me is this, basically. If I don't have a hurt box, it's going to say, so it's telling me here, yeah, you have an issue where your hurt box is being picked up. There's only one reason why the hurt box wouldn't get picked up, really. It's if this thing, just generally, the script generally started an issue. So the issue claimed that it was in here. You know what? I think just restarting Godot again might fix this. Right? That's usually what happens when you have. It might have been that that was just the one issue. So let's see. Yeah. So now active entity and everything is back. So, uh, I am I am messed up, bruh. I am really messed up. Okay. What we're gonna do is we're going to go check this. I've heard box here. What else? On the weapon controller. Whoops. Okay. We're going to take care of this before we take care of anything else. All right. And what else? Okay. And at the same time, we're going to do here. And I think we can save this. Close. Go to the prototype area. And we can open up hurt me script. Basically, we're going to do hurt box. Going to be equal to this. And weapon equal to. Right, granted, it's not using most of this stuff, but it's nice to have it. What is it saying? Parameter common parent is null. I have no clue what that's about, but we'll find out. Here. Okay. Okay. So now let's see what's the problem. Okay. Okay, so we got rid of the whole it's moving into a different area thing. Okay, so we have this small issue now where we're not appending properly. Or rather, 0 is not 0. And let's go back to the weapon controller and get rid of this stuff. How the heck did it even get here without a weapon controller? Like, this is crazy to me. I need to put a check here. Like, it's crazy how this worked. Like, how the heck did it do that? Basically, what it's saying is that, hey, you don't have a child, but for some reason it counted children here. Get active weapon count. Oh, I see. Okay. So, yeah, it gets the active weapon count. Then it goes into the amount. Hey. Right, so this is still messed up slightly. Now we can close this. We can close this. We can close that. Player body. I don't even know what happened. Like, I just realized what it was doing, so I have to be very careful when I'm doing a play. Because what it does is that it'll turn the it'll turn sometimes, not all the times, it'll turn the scene into, oh, what just happened? Did I get another bug? Oh, okay. There we go. It will randomly convert that. Yeah, there we go. It will randomly convert the script into. So now I can just press tab and I'm looking at a different target, tab again. And we're looking at a different target, tab again. We're looking at that target, tab again. And we're looking at that target. And then we can hold tab, come off, and we're there. Or whatever, like that, right? Okay. So now the issue that we're having that you're probably noticed is how quickly it goes to something else. That's because we are updating the array incorrectly. So let's go to cycle target. Actually, it's not even in cycle target, is it? I think it's in. I think it's in. Grr. Yeah, there we go. Player targeting. Okay. So, yeah. Um, all right, so let's do it this way. See what happens. I think it's going to append it in reverse. I don't know. You could easily check over here, actually. See. In a delta. Okay, here we go. Okay, so there we go.
Let's see how it feels now. Okay, that worked. Maybe. Right? Then that. That. And then that's the furthest. So let's go all the way over to here. Okay. Right. And then that's the furthest. Okay. And then if I go here, let's turn it off real quick. If I go here, then I turn on lock on, that's my first. So if I go over here, my closest now should be updated to that one. Yep, perfect. Let's turn it off again. Okay, so now my closest should be the guy behind me. Nope. It's weird. Every time that I press tab, it runs cycle target. Cycle target should then be doing the update target list, which should do this. I need to know two things. Print. Size. Okay. 43210. That's doing it fine then. So let's actually just print the list and see what happens. Four, two, 5, 1, 3. You know what? Let's test that a couple of times. Well, thanks to actually looking back over the videotape, we actually got to find out that alright, hold on. So I think this is number 5. It doesn't matter. This is just our sample. Okay. So that's our lock-on target. Let's close that one out. Oof. There we go. Okay. So, and now this one is 0. So, okay, that's our next. And then the last sample is this guy. This is number 2. It should just be 0. I got what I want. But let's take a look and see what it's doing. Yeah, okay. Okay, so basically what we want is for it to keep being 0. The last index. If the target that we get from get enemy over here is if the target that we get is equal to, so basically whenever we so basically the first thing that we want to do when we run an update is check to see if the two arrays match. And if they do, then we don't do anything. If they don't match, so we're going to check to see if the arrays match. If they do, we don't do anything. If they don't match, then we reorganize the array and then reset the last index increment. Okay. So in other words, if we've moved around and the stuff in the list So do we actually care about the whole list or just the increment? So when we're calling this whenever we hit tab. And if... Right? Right, and then we can just return with that. Otherwise, we set the last index increment to be equal to 0. And then we clear the rest of this out, set the size, and then try that. And what is this? Player controller, player targeting, G. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, so let's lock on. Now if I go over to this guy's my closest. No go. Right. These are my two closest. Interesting. Oh, I see. It's still getting here. So let's actually do this. No. Find out. Oh, right. Okay, right. Gotcha. So this isn't actually set yet, so we can't use it. We need some way of basically saying is dirty on this. The lock on list, last index active. Basically, what do we really want to get done? I saw it kind of. It's one of those weird things where you know what you want, but it's like I'm trying to think what is it that I want at the same time. Basic, let me if I try to find the words for it. That if we are already locked on, and then we press tab and we update the lock on list, and basically this list has been updated, right? Then the increment should go to 0 if the list is the same. In other words, if nothing changed on the list.
So let's do it this way. I think we're almost there. If lock on list. Okay, so if the closest entity is still that entity, otherwise, if things have changed and then you press tab, then it's going to go to the closest entity to you as the next one, and then clear the list, then remake the list. So I think we can get rid of this. We already know it's properly catching that. Okay, so now we lock on, and if we press tab, it should move to the next one. If we go over to this one and press tab, I pressed tab twice. There we go. Okay, so now if we go over to, let's say, well, it's not going to go away. I can stop it. It's so weird because the controls are reversed. Well, actually, no, the controls are not reversed. The controls are the same. It's just that the character's directions. Anyway, so we want to go over here. What the heck? Oh, I see. If I just stay too close to this, does it? No, it changes. What the heck? Only that one that doesn't change. What's going on there? I think it's just running this. Come on, mouse. There we go. Okay. Right. That's good. Now it's locked to that. Why? If I go close to that one, then we go over here. Huh. Interesting. I think we're going to approach it differently.
Hmm. So if we're going to use that, so let's look back at cycle real quick. So okay, I see what the problem is. And let's try it. Like right here, it's stuck. And I don't know why. If I go here, it's stuck now. 2. If the list doesn't change, you just get stuck at that point. So now the list would change because I went over here, and so now this is the one. But if I'm here, the list doesn't change, so I'm stuck. Or is the list changing? I think the list does change, but it's being stuck at 0. But if I click it again, then the last increment being 0 should be the same as this. But it's not, because this, wait. Yeah, no, it should. Wait, let me think. So when I click it again, that list should be, let's say that list is the same. Well, let's find out. I'm going to find out print b. Okay. So there. So we could go like this. And now when we're here, we have 1b that's going off. So if I do this, nothing's changing. So what's being called? B. Got it. So let's get rid of this. Let's go back, and what happens if I do this? Oh, whoop. Oh, physics. Try that one more time. Okay. Um, so we go like this, lock in, and we're over here. That's not right. Okay. So the idea is we still need if lock on list, we have the list. Oh my goodness. My brain, bruh. Um, if we have a lock on list, and the lock on list increment does not equal or is equal to this the same thing, then it's going to run A. And we don't need to do anything. But when it's not, like B shouldn't go off this often, but it does. Which is what goes off 3 times here. So what do I want to do? I think I want it to I want B to so this should be here. Doesn't make any sense, right? Like I'm trying to get my head into what it's actually doing. Like instead of A ever going off, like A should go off, but when A goes off, this should return out. The last increment should be increased. So instead of this, actually, yeah, we're going to keep that. We want to know print C. Right? It should go A and then to C. And we should skip this. And then it should be, let's track this also. It should also be increasing. Oh, whoops. Let's stop that for a second. Here we go. Okay, now let's try it. Okay, and if we go over here, like right point blank. What? Now it's working. What the heck? Point blank. Worked. Point blank. This is the closest. If I go over here to this guy, and he's, well, it's going to keep cycling, but if I go over to this one, over here, this should be the closest now. But it was to 2. Yeah, 2. The second closest. So it went from A to C2. Okay. I think this needs to be here. All right, let's try that. Try that one more time. Okay, so we locked on. This will now go over here. I go all the way over here. Interesting. There we go. So if I go over here and press tab and good stuff. Okay, this is not what I care about. If 0 and 0, the 2 closest, do not matter. Okay. We're going to try to make it now that it's going to target the closest. What the heck? It went B C2. So this, oops. I think I've just made it way more complex. Let's keep going. Well, it's broken right away, but at least this part will work. No matter what. This part doesn't work. B keeps returning 0. Okay. So now if I go over here, this is now my closest. All right, let's say that we get rid of this return. Okay. Now this is the closest. All right, so if the lock-on list exists and whatever we had at that last increment is no longer the same, in other words, the lists have changed, then the next time, well, actually, we don't care about that. Care about is if the closest thing still the closest, right? If this is the case and this is not the closest anymore, and then we hit tab, we'll assume that you want to tab to the closest enemy to you as your lock-on target, and that should be 0, right? So when we do cycle the target, we go and then we set the last target increment. Then we just check the update target list, and if the lock-on list exists and the closest target is no longer the closest target in the last group that was there, then we reset the increment to be 0. Right? In other words, whatever is closest to you has changed, and you've decided that you want to try to target something. It's going to assume that you want to try to target a thing that's closest to you. Then we update this list. Right? The lock-on list. Meanwhile, the with this updated list, the where is it? With this list now updated, now we have a problem. There's some weird. So now let's assume the opposite is happening, right? This list. You know, we need to do this. Print. Okay, so we try this, and then we're going to check to see. Like now I cannot change. Why? We're on A. So it keeps coming back 0. All right. Let's try it now. Still can't move. Why? Coming back to 0. But I don't understand because this. What is true here that's making this this shouldn't go off the second time unless the first object in the group is changed. Oh, okay. Now let's try it. There we go. Now it should just iterate through this. Okay. And then if I go, let's say, to over here, my list should change when I do this. I'm going to start with this guy, and it should go to the next closest. Beautiful. And let's throw in a return here. We don't need to update our list. Wait, do we? Yeah, I think we do need to update this list. If the lock-on list, so basically what we're saying is that if the list is changed, then we go through this whole process. That's what we're saying effectively. Hmm. That's an optimization for later. Okay, so we can do it like this. Okay. And then meanwhile, that's if we have no lock-on list. Okay. So otherwise, it will just continue to increment on its own. But if these two situations exist, so let's get rid of this. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. So yeah, basically if this else. Okay. Okay. I think that's good. So if the lock-on list, if we have a lock-on list, we'll check to see if the list already has this. And if these two things are not the same, then we create a new lock-on list. And that's it. And the increment cycler thing should be incrementing on its own, so we should be good with that. Next is we just run through and test it one more time. And I think we're after this. Let me not say anything. Okay, locking on. We go over here. This guy is closest to us. And now we're locked onto him. And if we just stay here, it'll cycle through in order of things that are nearest to us. And that's it. Okay. That's it. So now we need to go back to this. Okay. Ugh, this is so weird. Why is this giving me an issue now? Oh, last cricket group. Nice. There we go. Okay, so it's going to first go through this and see if the target that we're trying to find is a valid target. If it is, then get first valid. I'm not sure how this is going to affect. What is this? Entity? There we go. Okay, good enough. So the idea is that we go in and there's nothing being passed in, we just return null. Otherwise, we check to see if that entity is valid, and if it is, then we just return it back. Then if not, then we go here and we will set up a found system. We iterate back through this to go from the closest to the furthest, and then we just return the first thing that we find that's valid within range. It could be nothing also, right? But we do have a built-in range now of a 15. So that's a thing. And that's built into the parent over here through this get valid system. So now let's give this a shot and see what happens. Okay. There we go. So now if we go out of range, what happens? Nothing. Well, we haven't set up the break system. What the heck? Okay. Close this down. There we go. Right. Okay, it's working. I started getting nervous for a second. So if I go over here, yeah, okay, we're good. Now if I turn it off, good. It's going to turn itself on because I'm near, but it's going to be passive. And I can, at some point I'm going to come out of combat, right? What the heck? I'm tired. I'm going to take a break. We're pretty deep into this. But yeah, we have a very... Actually, let me just test this before I call it. No, we don't want to do that. want to see how many times it ever gets here, if any. Shouldn't, I think. I don't know. Maybe. Alright, what's happening? We never go here. That's fine. Let's get rid of this condition here and just comment it out. Yeah, that get valid thing is screwing up my code. So it feels much better now without it. So that might not be a solution. Let's comment this out for now. I'm gonna take a break. I haven't had any breakfast, or what time is it now? Or lunch. So it's time to get something inside because it's starting to get the shakes. Save. That's it. You get a little bit of my arms feel good, so a little bit of a workout in, and that's going to be it. So thank you for joining, and have a great day.